Hello everyone. Figured I'd turn it on a little bit early to let you guys start. Let's see who we have. KJ, Hartford Junction, VMC, Garrett, Jim Thompson, Raymond, JC Likes Pam, Joseph, Thomas, Joey, Jolly Roger, Joe Minute, Maple Leaf. Hopefully I didn't skip over anyone. If I did, I apologize. I'll let this actually move it over here a little bit. So I do have both a penny and a nickel box available. In case anybody wants it. I did get some new stuff. We got the raccoon in. I got the blood moon wolf howling. Got the Libertads. Got the Geiger. These are 500 gram. I've also got some of these in. These are limited edition, 5,000 made. It's limited edition because they put the American flag on it, even though it's German. Did get the maple leaf ones. Yep. Comes in a little holder thing. You have the 1 ounce, and on the back is a tree. Glittery. Got 2 of those, and the last one is St. Patrick's Day. This is numbered 19 out of 5,000. It comes in a box with all that. So that's my new stuff I got in. Brian, welcome. Silverman, Earl Bell, New Marshall. Been putting off 82 pennies, doing them tonight. Do you ever put that off? Yeah, a lot of times I will throw them into a box and then do them later. And then I get around to it later. Yeah, Geiger puts their stamp on their bullion like that. It's 500 gram fine Cooper 99999. And this one is the 100 gram. Fine Cooper is fine copper 999.9. And then you also have the Schloss Goldengose. That's an entire tube of those. Yeah, I'm not feeling too bad. Still a little bit of a kind of a chest, not a cough, but just kind of lingers a little bit. I figure I must have need to finish off my energy drink I had. But I do have a drink out. And I need to get Streamlabs going. The energy drink wasn't on the list, I know. Because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. At least 12 different flavors. Sounds good, AG. I have lots of them. Let's see where it got degenerative disc disease, osteoarthritis, slip discs, and 2 pinched nerves. Yeah, I can understand that. On my neck, I had when I got it fused, it was because it had bulging disc, degenerative disc disease, spinal stenosis, and something else. Basically, it was bone spurs growing in the canal, which was pinching on the nerves, plus the bulging. And it sounds like someone just maybe bought a hunt. So let me check that. All right, I got a box of nickels, and that is now bought. And that is for New Marshall. So they went in, and the front of my neck, a little scar about that long, 1.5 inches or so. And they go in through the front, and they take out the bulging disc, and then they clean out the canals and all the bone spurs and all the arthritis, basically, and all that kind of stuff. And then they put a cadaver bone in and a plate with a couple screws, and then a couple sub-sutures and some of that, can't remember what it's called, super glue stuff. It's the purple on top of that to seal the very top. But first thing I remembered, like, I was taking oxy, wouldn't touch it. Surgeon said try naproxen, so I tried that, and it actually helped a little. Hey, Vanessa and Michael Rose, Dennis Stewart, Fervid's Vines. And the first coherent thought I remember after waking up was, holy crap, I can feel my arms. Not, am I dead or am I paralyzed? It was like, I can feel my arms. I don't have pain. Because if I coughed, my left arm would be numb. If I sneezed, both arms would go numb. it felt like someone took a white hot dagger, shoved it into your neck, and twisted it, and then left it. So, yeah. Let me go grab that nickel box. So, yeah. I do have a bulging disc on my left side that's 8mm bulge, I believe. I think it was 0.8 centimeters or something like that. And it was one of the worst pain I've ever felt. It was worse than my neck. So I ended up getting an injection. I went down to St. George and got to the ER because I knew ours wouldn't be able to do anything except for transfer me. So I just had my mom take me down, and then 2 hours there, and then they got me straight into a pain doc that usually takes weeks to get into. And they injected me, and then still hurts, but it's been a year. It was on actually Valentine's Day of last year, and still hurts a little bit, but it's tolerable. So it's like, if I don't need to have surgery, I'm not going to. So anyway, Captain, welcome. Smoker. Still have a little bit of work to do on the Python script, but at least it's doing pretty good. I see we have designing a whole new game for a stream. Sweet. I need to have some game stuff. I see we're already at 25 likes. So let's get that going. Exclamation GAW will get you in. I guess I gotta get the wheel up also, since New Marshall bought a box. I do like mine, how I have two screens, because then I have one on stuff on both of them going at the same time. I don't know how people can do it with just one. That would drive me crazy. But of course, lots of things can drive me crazy. Yeah, I've thought about a third, but it's like, yeah, two is okay for me, and it's not the hugest area to be able to do it. The desk that I would have loved was quite expensive, but it was a lot bigger setup. But compared to what I had, this is great. Desk only cost me like 150 bucks. It's got a dual level, so I can store my copper underneath the level where my monitors are at. Then I can put my scissors and stapler and all that kind of stuff at the top. So we have 26 people entered already. Exclamation GAW. So if you're just hanging out, not sure what we're doing, this is a drink list of all the drinks cold in my fridge. And you get to choose what you think I'm drinking, Also, the oldest nickel of the box, I would say go into at least the 40s. We always find the 40s, sometimes down in the 30s and stuff, but minimum would be 40, or the maximum I would go is in the 40s. So you can put that in this chat. You can see people put, like whatever drink and then a year. And what that is at the end of the night, whoever is closest to the year, if they're not exactly on, they get their name on a wheel of names. And at the end of the night, I spin that wheel, and that is the winner gets a 1 ounce copper round. So, and if you get the drink right, you also get, yeah, I got yours, Billy. Wheel of Shenanigans, yes it is. So if you get the drink right, you also get your name on the list, and in games throughout the night where we guess nickels and the years and stuff, and all those are just name entries. And then, like I said, at the end of the night, all the names that are there, I spin the wheel, and whoever gets it, gets it. And then you email me, I send you a code, and you get to pick your own copper round off my website. One of the regular ones, Jim Thompson, sent a high five for 100 joules. Awesome, Jim. I did add the Streamlabs tip boss wording underneath, because people ask about that, and they're like, what's that green line for? So that way, I don't have to explain it all the time. Alrighty. Let me resume those for just a second, because it stopped at 34 seconds. No idea why. So if you haven't gotten in, it's exclamation GAW, and you can get in on a drawing for a 1 ounce copper round off of my website. I have about 60 of them that you can choose from. And like I said, it did stop at 34 seconds, so that's why I restarted it. Sometimes I've seen it go down to 0, but not usually. What was that? Oh, Lyle Okamoto sent a gold coin for 10 joules. Thank you, Lyle. Wolf Metal Stacking, welcome. New Marshall just tipped $10. Wow, thank you, New Marshall. And the tips takes the health down on the health meter, and then you get your name scrolling across the top. All right. Understandable, Billy. Not a huge deal. All right, I think we're probably about good to do the drawing. So we have 28 people heading out to do a pool fill with one of our tankers. That's fun. And the winner of the 25 likes is Brian Robinson. Come on. There we go. You know what to do, Brian. You've done it before, but email me and I'll send you a code. Oh, well, I guess we get 2 now. Billy's an extra one, so So Billy, you are I guess how many likes are we at? 33. So we'll be a 33 like. You're welcome. So I'm not going to penalize you because I accidentally hit the button, so there you go. Misfire. Yeah, it happens. Alrighty. I'm going to close the entries. Nope, you get it. Alright. So I've closed the entries for the drinks. Now I've got to find this stupid thing. There it is. You're welcome. Alright, let me sort it. We're going to give me just a second to get some crap out. So like I said, it still pulls over some of the junk. Like I have no idea why it pulled over. Sorry guys, running behind. Wife has me busy. That has no drink or a year in it, so no idea. Now let's see if we have everybody with drinks and years. I didn't see AG with a year. I thought he put one in, but we got BAH. I don't know why it duplicated yours. Oh, maybe because it said 25 likes. Joey Brown, I do not see a year for you. 1958. Are you sure you want 58? Let me get Kentucky Fried in here. Kentucky said Black Cherry 41. AG says 36. Alrighty. Well, I had 1922 for you. Oh, you had 22 likes. Never mind. So 1936. Did you have a drink, AG? I mean, you can put 58, but like I said, we always go into at least the 40s. So if you want to change that, you're welcome to. AG Pepsi Zero Cherry. Okay. My drink was Dr. Pepper Cherry Zero 48. Got the Dr. Pepper Cherry, but I'll change that 1948. There you go. Alright. Now I don't see anybody else, but I'm going to run down that you need to mow first. Cool. Yeah, 48's a lot better. Like I said, we're always into the 40s. I don't think we've ever had it without the 40s. So that's one of those that try to let people at least get in. Right now I've got 74 AG BH Billy Brian R Captain David Canham Dennis Stewart Fervids Garrett JC Jimmy Jim Joe Joey Joseph KJ Lyle MLN Michael Rose Mike Schleiz New Marshall and Marsh Silverman or Old Bell Smoker, Jolly Roger, Thomas, Tim, Vanessa, Wolf Medals, and Kentucky Fried. So if you didn't hear your name, you're welcome to give me a drink and a year real quick, and then we will start. All right. Copper Owl, Sprite 053. Now let me sort by the drink and see who won. Mountain Dew Baja Blast. There was lots of Mountain Dew Cabo Citrus, which I was thinking about, but I see one Baja Blast, and that is JC Likes Pam. So JC, you're the only one I see with Baja Blast, so you get 2 entries. Hey, the Nickel Hunter, welcome. And the Baja Blast Tropical Lime is actually the original Baja Blast from Taco Bell. They just renamed it, I guess. I thought it was going to be some new flavor, and then I found out, and I was like, meh, oh well. All right. This is the last box of nickels I have at the moment. I do have 1 box of pennies available. So if you end up wanting those, it's still available. You can grab those on my website. So next Monday I won't have it. If someone gets it, I won't have anything to open, so I'll just probably open some quarters or something. Not seeing anything jumping out, no buffaloes or war nickels, but we do have some kind of ugly ones like that. I think it's more of corroded, but it could be an older one, because it's got like a greenish color on it. And let me see, what was that? Jim Thompson sent 5 Dad Hunts coins to give memberships. Went to Pete Johnson, Shocked Kitten, Gregory G, Littlefoot Silver Stacker, and the Country Humans Network. Haven't seen that name for a bit. So you now have emojis that you can play with. Oh, and I've got to get Jim on the wheel for not super chat, but donation. And New Marshall, because he donated $10 through the tip line. That is the Streamlabs tip line instead of the Super Chat. Google takes 30%, whereas Streamlabs is the processing fee plus, I think it's 49 cents or something. So it's basically 8 to 10% depending on how much tip. Everything that you tip, of course, goes back into the channel and helps do shipping and giveaway and all that kind of stuff. Streamlabs better than Stream Elements for tipping. That I have no idea. I haven't used Stream Elements. But Streamlabs, I just set it up with my PayPal business account, and like I said, they just take the processing fee, which is PayPal is 3.49%, and a 49-cent charge. Doesn't matter whether it's $1 or $1,000. It's minimum of that. A couple ugly looking ones, but they're just like painted or something. I thought maybe we had a old one there for a minute. Oops, I still had half a roll to do. Yeah, the PayPal is the tip line, and like I said, it is a lot more that comes to me, whereas Google takes, this is still from the first roll, by the way, because I opened up a second roll without realizing. 2024. So they take 3.49% plus, like I said, the 49-cent fee, so it just depends on like how much you tip is what it ends up taking, but a lot less than 30%. Same thing with my Shopify. On my Shopify, if you use PayPal, it's the same charge, the 3.49 plus 49 cents. But if you use the other Shopify methods, it's 2.9% and 39 cents. So it's not a huge deal. I mean, it's 0.5% more and 10 cents more. So but it, like I said, I set up a business PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo, and then I have my personal one. So I do have an opportunity to buy some, I think it's $1 gold backs and $quarter gold backs, 5-gram silver eagles, like shaped like an eagle, but it's a 5 grams. Also some of these, 1 grain. So have an opportunity to buy some of those also. So thinking about it. Actually, I can. Yeah, 5-gram Silver Eagles, 1/100th of an ounce of Scottsdale gold. $1 gold backs, $quarter gold backs, 5-ounce eagles, or 5-gram eagles, shaped like an eagle. Also some 10-ounce bars. So the guy sent me an email. That's the one I got all the Geiger stuff and that from. And I figured I'd see if any of that interests you. I'll probably end up getting it. But if he has lots of stuff, goo for Geiger. That's the one I got a bunch of my 5 and or 5-ounce, and then the Geigers and Libertads and some of those limited edition stuff. I can get more of these. I did get 2 tubes from him, so he said he has more, but I don't know if I want more tubes. And then I also got these from him, which are the Easter Bunny, like a proof looking one, and then each of them are individually numbered out of 25,000. So I picked up 2 of those, and he's like, I've got a couple of those extra too. So I do have those on my website. I've already sold a few of them. I'm also probably going to get a tube of these Scottsdale Lions, and they stack. You can see they're kind of indented there, so they stack up on each other. Thought that looked like an older one. So the 10-ounce ones are Star Spangled Banner. They're red and blue with the words written in it. On the 5-ouncers, he might have some like Time Machine ones, and I think there was a genie, a couple of the Flying Dragons. I think those are ones that he had that I haven't bought from him before. doesn't want to focus tonight. There we go. 2024, number 3. So it's one of those things that I had found him on eBay. I bought a thing from him because it was a decent price, which are hard to come by. And I will only go up to certain amounts because I want to keep it lower priced for my members and subscribers that want stuff. So most places want, you know, $4 or $5 a round. 5 ounces, most people want, you know, close to $30 plus shipping, which mine are usually around 20 to 25 for most of them. Thank you, Garrett. And Jamie. Starting it off old. Like I said, we always find down into the 40s. So that's why I always tell people you might want to re-gas when it's the 50s. We get that on the board and see who won. Come on. There we go. I saw a 39 and a 41. Did anybody have a 40? Yes, Michael Rose. And Brian and BH. So we got 3, it looks like. Anybody besides those 3? And I forgot, I pulled another one out and set it down and forgot to put that one up. So there's a new guess for you. See, I only buy stuff if I can keep it cheaper than most places. And I basically do a strict limit on like my bids because I factor in shipping and taxes because Utah taxes copper. So I take the very maximum amount divided by 1.0845 to get how much the taxes would be taken out, and then minus the shipping, and then if it's under the prices I'm willing to pay, that's the max I'll go up to. I've lost auctions because they've been $3 or $4 more, and it's like, no, I'd have to raise my prices if I get them for that. If there's anything in particular you guys are looking for, you're always welcome to send me an email and say, hey, if you ever see that, let me know. Because then sometimes I can be on the lookout. Like there's the Memorial Day ones, but those are usually kind of more expensive. I rarely find those under 40. Even like 40 with shipping and stuff. You know, you might find them for 35 and then, you know, plus shipping, that sort of thing. But and I know there's people that want them, but I doubt people want to pay, you know, 45 because I'd have to move it up to cover my processing costs plus cost of the round. Thank you, Jamie. This one is a 57. that on the board. Old Bell at 56. Alrighty. And if you are the only one and you get it exactly on, you do get double entries, just like JC Likes Pam did. The only person that guessed it correctly for the drink. We've had 5 rolls opened and we have 5 finds. That's a good start. Let's see. AG has been a member for 3 months. Thank you, AG. So far, most of the finds have been these. Had to fix that 50s on there. There we go. You get another one to guess. That was 6 rolls. We have 7 finds now, although 4 of them are 24s. I did think maybe I would auction off the nickel box. You know, start at $1 and see where we go. And if it goes more than normal amounts, then add extra prizes. But new Marshall jumped in. And it's funny, I just sent your box out today. Or I could have included this and, well, oh well. I know you said it wasn't a big deal to hold on to it for a minute, but... That's right, if we get to 100 some night, 1 ounce silver bar. Because I know that, like on Rob's, he auctions off... Oop, wrong one. There we go. Hey, Dutch Murphy. Welcome. This one's a 54. So another 50s. Let's see who got that. Let me get it on the board before I forget. Oh, that's why I can't find it. Stupid things on Top Chat. That's annoying. Joseph W. and Captain. There you go. Thank you, Garrett. Yeah, I thought, yeah, maybe I'll, auction it off, and then if it gets to like a higher than kind of a normal amount, maybe throw some extra goodies in. Thought about maybe doing some kind of auction, but I'd have to either go through my collection of stuff, which I've got put away in some boxes in front right now of the safe, so I'd have to move all that, or a bunch of my copper stuff. Maybe if I start getting way too much copper, I'll do a fire sale. For those that are subscribed to newsletters and stuff on my website, you should have gotten an email today. If you aren't subscribed, you're welcome to. But the email I sent out, which is the same as on my website front page, for every $30 in copper, you get a free 1 ounce regular copper round. So if you bought $60 worth of copper, you get 2 rounds. 90 of copper, you get 3. If you're buying something like that, I'd probably end up throwing an extra in or something anyway. And it is a mix and match, so it's not like just 1 ounce copper rounds. You can buy 5 ounce, 3 ounce, any of my copper counts towards it. Because the summer or pre-summer sale ended, and we're now into June. Yeah, the $30 thing this month is what I decided to come up with, and that's a new one. The last one was 10% off all my summer merch in copper. This month I figured for every 30 bucks you get a free copper 1 ounce round. Any of the regular ones. So, and I didn't want to say, oh, you only get one. It was like, well, if someone wants to buy a bunch of 5 ounces or something, or some Geigers or whatever, for every, I just decided every 30 would be a good, there's a good old fire coin. June 6th anniversary, be married 36 years. Gotcha. Yeah, last month was 10% off all the copper, so it's basically kind of like the same thing. It's just instead of a discount on the copper, you're getting a free round. So. I didn't want to have the same thing going forever, because then it's like it's not really a sale. It's like when you get a store that raises their prices and then all of a sudden drops it and then goes, oh look, we've got a sale. June 6th is my sister's birthday. Last Friday, my ex-wife called me and asked what time I was getting off, and I said 5. She goes, okay, will you pick up Alex and take him to a card show that happened to come into town? So I said sure. So I got off, and it was 4 to 7, so I took off an hour early and picked him up. And everybody got 2 free raffle tickets as you entered, plus they gave away like packs of cards and things. Well, Alex happened to be the first name drawn, so they gave him a kind of a bigger prize. Ended up being a 1990-91 Michael Jordan swatch card, and it was a warm-up jersey or sweatsuit type thing, whatever. His was just a white one, white piece, so it wasn't like a logo or anything, you know, fancy. And so I looked it up, and I was like, well, it looks like they're selling for $60 to $85 for the kind of a basic one, which was what I would consider his. You know, if it had like a piece of logo or something, you'd be looking at a couple hundred. Let me get this up and then I'll continue. First, let me show you that. So this will be either a 42, a 43, a 44, or 45. Let me see if that'll focus a little better. Not really. There we go. So he took it over to a guy, and he was looking up prices for kids and stuff. And my son comes over and he goes, you've got Venmo? And I said, yeah. And he goes, I need you to come over here. And I'm like, what are you buying? He goes, I'm not buying anything. I'm like, okay. So I go over, and the guy goes, your dad? And I said, yeah. And he goes, if you got Venmo, I can send it to you. And I'm like, oh. Well, he ended up selling it. The guy said he'd give him $80. And so Alex said, will you do 85? And the guy goes, yeah. Silverman, you might want to change that. It's only going to be a 42, a 43, a 44, or 45. So it's hard to see, but it is a S right at the top there. It's in focus, it's just really dirty. And so then he took the pack of cards he was given, opened them up. There wasn't really anything in it. And he traded a guy for a Funko Pop for an Iron Man. A little, not like perfect condition, it was dinged up, but I was like, oh, that's cool. So then he took it up to the guy doing the announcing, and said, "Will you trade me some raffle tickets for this?" So the guy was like, sure. He said something about what it's worth, and I said, well, considering it's not the best condition, probably about $10. And he goes, okay, I'll give you 10 raffle tickets, because he was selling them for $1 each for extras. So Alex ended up winning 4 more times that night. Crafty, welcome. He ended up winning 2 more Michael Jordan cards. One of them was graded. He won a complete 1991 Series 1 G.I. Joe set in a binder. Oh, I guess I still had one. I love doing that. He then, there was a silent auction, so he then took, I know, he wanted to buy a jersey, so I said, okay. So he put down $20 for one of these jerseys, and the guy right behind us then stepped back up and put, I think it was 35 or something. It's like, okay, he really wants that. So my son went over to another one and put $25. It was a 1987 Kansas City, I think it's something Lawson, Hall of Famer. He ended up getting that for $25. So he walked in with some cards, traded some, and ended up walking out with basically $60 in cash, a couple graded cards, and a binder of perfect condition G.I. Joe 1991 Series 1. So that's what we did Friday night, all for free. All right. It is a 1943 out of San Francisco. More nickel. Get that on the board and see who won. All right. We got Garrett, Fervid, BH, Dennis, KJ, Jimmy, Jolly, New Marshall, Billy, Jim, Cap, 74, Smoker, Joseph, so just a whole handful. Garrett, Fervids, BH, Dennis, KJ, Jimmy, Jolly, New, Marshall, Billy, Jim, Cap, 74, Smoker, and Joseph. Oh, and I have a new one I forgot. Yeah, I think it was Len or something. It was something Dawson, I'm pretty sure. It was number can't remember the number, but it was actually if I can find it. It was only a few days ago, so it should be pretty recent. That was my son right there. It's funny, it was like, there's me. There's my son. And then find the picture of the jersey. Number 16, Lex, Lou, something. Dawson Hall of Fame 87. Can't tell what that first Lan or something. HOF 87. Lan, yeah, I was thinking of something like a Lan or Lex or something, but yeah, so he bought that for 25 bucks. Hey, BH. Thought you were already here, but oh, he was probably saying hi to Wheat Scent. This one is a 47. Let's put it on the right pile. There we go. And Crafty and JC, sweet. At the end, they took like a big group photo and someone held up one of their prizes right in front of my son's face when the guy took a picture. So you can't even see him in the group photo. It was just kind of funny. They had some... If he wants to sell it, I know a guy in KC. He's like, I'm going to get this framed. I'm like, okay. So I was telling the guy who was doing the announcing and stuff, I said, now they just need to bring a card show in, or a coin show instead of a card show. I was like, that's what they need. He goes, do you know some name? And I was like, sounds familiar. He goes, he's big into coins. He goes, maybe we can get with him and figure something out. I'm like, yeah. I was like, I'm open for it. I would probably do a table, and it's like most of mine's copper and stuff, but I've got other stuff I'll sell. Crafty wants all my dragon rounds. We're only on roll 15. And we've got, what, 4, 8, 9? Slow down a little bit, but oh well. I do have, supposedly it was supposed to be here today, but a baby dragon hatching and a flying dragon that's a 5-ounce bar. The dragon that's hatching, baby hatching, is a 5-ounce round. I do have those on my website. I do have that 1-ounce colorized one that it's a little bit more, but I'd always look at ideas too. I believe at the bottom of the website you can always put your email in and get on the subscription list. And when I send out promotions or new sales and things like that, you get that in your email. So the ones that were on that got notification of the new sale today, starting today. It'll go through the end of June. Same sort of thing with the channel. If you're subscribed and you have the notifications turned on, you should get notifications of when Raymond sent a gold coin for 10 jewels. Thank you, Raymond. So you get notified of when I stream and posts and things like that. Which I did a post today, 2024. Jim Thompson sent a gold coin for 10 jewels. We now have our oldest again, 1940. Oh, the other one was 47. I was going to say, did we have a 48? But no. So one more for the 40s. And Garrett says Thomas Wells times 2. It's blurry. Sorry. Maybe I should start giving the people an option that instead of times 2, you could either have your name put on 2 times, or you have your name with an X behind it. And if you're drawn like on that, you know, say you went, I'll do a 2X, and you get drawn, you get twice the prize. Maybe I should start doing that. So you can either have your name on twice or your name once, but you get 2 prizes. And that way the person can decide which way they want. Some people might go the safe route and put their name on twice for better chance of winning one. Some people might do the 2x for the chance of winning twice the prize. Maybe I'll do a poll. Or maybe I should just say, yeah, if you want it that way. Because then it's up to the person. It's not me choosing one way or the other. One way or the other. So let me do this. If JC is still in here, do you want 2 names or 2x? And the other one was Thomas. Do you want your name twice or 2x? I think that was the only 2x's we've had. Sorry, no triple X. So if either of you are still in here, let me know if you want your name with a 2x instead of listed twice. Thomas says name twice, okay. Yeah. I mean, all I'd have to do is just, instead of typing twice, I just put 2x. So I guess it's one of those that if someone gets it, they can just type it in, otherwise it just goes on twice. I don't know. I was like on AG's for his 500 sub giveaway, I said congratulations, but then in parentheses I said, if you pick my name, draw again. Because knowing me, it's like, I donate a prize, and it's like, no. So yeah. Like I said, I just wanted to say congrats. Didn't want to go for the drawing. Hopefully Fervid gets his soon. You know, I sent it out. Yeah. Thanks, Crafty. You have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. That's okay. The guy I bought all that huge copper lot with the Geigers and stuff. He sent it. It got to Vegas. Then they put on the truck and sent it to the next zip code. Instead of 84741, they sent it to 84751's truck. So it was a town 2.5 hours away. So then they received it, put it out for delivery, which it said arrived in Milford like 12 minutes later, out for delivery Kanab, and then like 6 minutes later back at Milford. Basically they were kind of like, oh wait, what? So then they sent it and it went back to Las Vegas, which is the processing center nearest us, and then it came to me. So instead of being here on Tuesday, it didn't get here until Friday. You look for the die chip beehive on the reverse of the forward facing Jeffersons. Not sure. Didn't know there was one. But yeah, I was like, why are they sending it to a town? I mean, I can see how whoever grabbed it probably just didn't look on the thing close enough, but usually the sorting center sends it to where it's sounds good, AG. Yeah, the two errors we look for are the 63 Philly triple die reverse and the 64 D over D. Other than that, I don't really look for many other errors because most of the ones are ones that I'm pulling out for like the 30s, 40s, 50s, that sort of thing are already being sent to the person, so they can always look for them if it's like, say, a 46D over D or 46S DDO, whatever. It's one of those that they can always look at their coins, and since I'm already sending it to them, I don't usually look for stuff if it's on any of those. I do look for the 75 high Ds. I've never found one, but that probably never will. But the only ones I really pull out are the 63 Phillies and 64 Denvers. And that's just for, because I don't send them unless they're in there. Right now I do pull out the 2026s and send those because we don't find many. I think so far we've found 6. But yeah, I do look for a few, but not everything. Hey, finally found a 63 Philly. 50D, yeah, it would be nice to find one of those. I have found one myself, but not for a member. I got, when I did my recap videos, I had a video of where I found a 50D. My first recap video was when I found a V nickel and a Buffalo nickel in the same box. My very first one I did. And that's why I decided to start doing recaps, because I was like, I just needed that stupid war nickel for the trifecta and did not get it myself. We did finally hit a Buffalo last week. It was a 1930, I believe. This one is a 54. If I remember, there was 3 or else 4 people that had it. Let's see. Jolly, Joseph, Cap, and Maple Leaf, it looks like. If you hit a Buffalo, you'd probably end up getting gored. That was the one thing we grew up in Wyoming. Of course, we would go to Yellowstone and you'd see all the stupid tourists out there like, dude, you do not realize that those things can run like 30 miles an hour? And I believe they used to have a thing saying how many people were hurt by a buffalo that year. Yeah, Yellowstone's only like 5 hours, 5.5, 6, something like that, away. So for us, it was a one of those. It wasn't like super long to get there. I must have used acid on that one because it's copper or chemical or something. Interesting. Yeah, it would be one of those things they were like, don't pet the furry cows. Yeah. No, I think it was just some kind of chemical. I don't know. I don't know if you can tell, but because the edge is there, but on the very edge, like the rim, it looks like it's regular, like silver or something. Well, not silver, but nickel. I'll throw it in for you. How about that? No, it's not paint. Because I've seen them where there's been like a chemical or something, but it's weird because all of it, except for like the very, very edge, like not the front and not the very edge, it's like that little rim edge right there. I guess we can look at the end and put it under the scope and look at it and stuff. It's one of those things. I've never found a missing a clad or a blank planchet. I've found light planchets on the halves. I think my lightest was a 10.38. I know it was just under 4. 10.4. Halfway point. Almost at 50 likes. I don't know. I always pull the 59s out anyway, so I don't really look closely. Just like Henning nickels and stuff, I'm pulling them out. But I don't really go much into them, except for I pull them out and to look at them later, and then I never do. Just like with pennies, I'll pull a bunch of stuff out, and then, well, when I did get pennies, although I do have one penny box. It's like I'm pulling them out to keep them anyway, so. I did find a coin shop that has my 1892 San Francisco Barber half dollar. And I asked for some pictures because I was like, I've bought raw before, and you know, people, because it was a stock photo. But I emailed him and I said, can I get some photos? So he sent me two. The one to me looks like an AG3. The other one looks like a 4, which is what I have as a set of G4 or better. Most of them are G4. There's probably a couple G6. And that's the only one I need left. So he had it listed at $240. And I'm like, that's the only one I need. So I mailed him back and I said I'd like that number, the first photo. I said, I assume you want me to just do it through your website, but I didn't see a note to say anything about it. So I'm just waiting to hear back from him. $19.51. Now, is it an S? I did not look at the mint mark. No, it looks like a D to me. 51S is a semi-key date. Garrett and JC. So hopefully he emails back, and because I said I don't know if there's a, I didn't see a spot to put a note or anything, but I would like the first one. If you can hold it off to the side. If I said I'll do it right now, but like I said, I haven't heard back yet. But for $240, actually it'd be $249.95 because of shipping. So $250 basically. And once I buy that, my collection is complete, including a inverted S. I don't know if I still have that one out or not. Oh, there's that crematorium tag I was talking about the other night. Yeah, a 1909S inverted. Probably can't see it on here, but I do have that. It just doesn't have a spot in my book, so I figured I would just keep it to the side and then put it with the book. This thing is having trouble focusing tonight. $2024. I don't remember what the one under the scope was. I know there's at least 2 people who had gotten it, if it'll focus. There you go. 1957. Like I said, I saw at least 2 people with it. Get it on the board. 5, yep. I think one was Billy and Thomas W. It's another. So I busted open 4 boxes of my halves. All the 24s and 5s, brand new, I'm still getting. Just take back to the bank. I've still got 1, 2, 3, 4.5 more I need to bust down. And the bank still has 3 I need to pick up. But I've got to get this stuff back in the bank, otherwise I'm going to have an entire living room full of them. I don't know where they keep getting all these brand new 2024s and 2025s, but... And the weird thing is the 25s have lately been Philly. I was getting all Denver, but now I'm getting 25 Phillies. I was selling my ones on eBay. And then literally right as the new year came, it went from selling every single one I put on. People were buying 4 of them at a time. I'd put 5 on or 4 on or whatever, and people would buy them all. So then I started putting lots of 5 rolls. And I was selling a few, but it was like, I'm just kind of done with this. Like, literally, there wasn't even any watchers. I had them way cheap. Hey, Otis. So if you are looking for any of those, let me know, because I've got lots. Like I said, I'm not keeping any of them out, so on any rolls I get like that, I usually keep roll out for each kid, and then the rest go back to the bank. I did sell my BEP pack of $2 bills, and the guy emailed me. He had, I guess, it said that the sale originated from ChatGPT. So he must have gone on ChatGPT asking about them, and somehow it must have pulled up my website. But I sold that consecutive BEP pack from 2017. And he emailed me the next morning and said, "Do you have any more of those?" And I said, "Unfortunately, no, I don't come across BEP very often." I said, "But if I do, I will let you know." And he goes, "Okay." I only put it on for $225 because it was like, after processing and shipping and everything, I made like $10 on it. Some of that stuff I put on more because some people want just kind of some cool stuff, and like my consecutive $2 bills. I have some that are like 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them. And some people just want, a small little thing like that. They don't want a huge thing. They just think it's cool, so I thought those would sell before the BEP pack did, but nope. So now I'll have to ask them, "Do you have any more?" Because the way I got that was at the bank. I said, "Do you have any, I said, "Do you have any $2 bills?" And they said, they pulled out the thing that they have, and they said, "Well, they're all new." And I'm like, "That's okay." I was like, "Hey, is that a BEP pack?" And they're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "I'll take it." They're like, "You do?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'll take a BEP." So that's how I ended up with that one. $30 down, and we have what, 18 fines? That's 6 per row, so at this rate we'll find another 12. Excuse me. Oh, Billy, I did get a response from that guy. He said it had gone to his junk mail. But yeah, the prices he wants, I can't do them. Even if I got them for, like he said, 500 to 1,000. That's starting to get into the territory where I could buy them. But he said he sells them for $4 to $5. And then he's like, if buy 100 or something, it's, I think, $350 or something like that. But it was worth a shot. So I'm always open to asking people, "Hey." So I appreciate the heads up on that, but oh well. I mean, right now I think I have not including colored, something like 700 or 800 of them. I did pick up some more colorized Don't Tread on Me, the yellow one. So I do have a tube of those coming. I have almost a tube of Bank Robbers. And I can actually get another couple of them. Because I have 16 coming, and then I have the ability to buy 3 tubes if I want them. Which I don't know if I want to buy all of them, but I can also get another tube of the Canadian colorized maple leaf. That is, I've already got 2 tubes, but he has another one. do have 12 of these coming. And these are numbered out of 10,000. Right now I've only got one, but I do have 12 more coming. And I'll see what the guy wants for these, but these are 1 grains. I thought maybe these might be fun for giveaways too. Maybe put them on my website. I think they sell for like $3 or something. But I'd probably, if I did put them on my website, I'd probably do them for like $2.50. Because I think the cheapest I found them is a $1.50. So after you factor in the processing fees, basically it's making like 50 cents at the most. 1952. The 40s started off hot, but the 50s have come back, but the 24s are still kicking both their butts. It's both of those combined are that. All right, 52. At 54. Oh, Fervor had 53. Sweet. I didn't see Fervid, so thank you for finding that. Yeah, there he is. I don't know how I missed it, but it took me a while to find it. So, Fervid. Yeah, it's more of the novelty item. Of course, it's like any fractional type thing. You're always paying more because it's smaller. Just like if you bought a kilo of silver, it's a lot cheaper than buying an ounce of silver. You're like, silver round or whatever. But yeah, it's mostly for the, just kind of like, hey, that's kind of cool. 2024. I've seen some people trying to sell them for like $5, $6. It's like, most of them are selling for like about $3.50, $4. Excuse me. Let me actually go. Hey, I can tackle. Yours is one of the reviews. Because it's like if it's for the shop, I only do the ones for the shop instead of like a specific item. So I think there's 4 reviews for the shop on there now. Always trying to improve it little by little. I had that, it was like suggested on one of their things, and I said, no, I didn't even think about that. Did anybody get a 47? 47. Four. There we go. All right, 47. Anybody? Otis 46. New Marshall's 48. Jolly Vanessa. Let's see, 46s and 48s. That's all I'm seeing. So 46s and 8s were Otis, New Marshall, Jolly, Vanessa, Jim. See, the 24s are back to equaling the 40s and 50s combined. Boy, that was a rough life. Ugg nickels. Oh. This is roll 35. There's an Ugg nickel also. '24 is going, nope, I'm not going to let you tie me. Yeah, I call them ugly nickels, but see you, AG. Thanks for coming. Jim Thompson sent a gold coin for 10 jewels. Thank you, Jim. Now I've moved that alert window so it doesn't go on top of the stream boss. Wow, Wolf Metal, you're going a 5. Wow. I figured it was something where it was just like, oops, I accidentally hit the button. He's half asleep. Yeah. It's understandable. I think the closest, if I remember seeing it right, was Jim Thompson at 41. Another 1940. I've been finding a lot of 40s the last few hunts. Jim Thompson donated 5 memberships earlier. And New Marshall donated 10. We've had some jewels and stuff. Thank you guys. I was going to make an emoji and I can't remember what it was now. I was talking about it last stream, but yeah, it's a pretty decent one. That's why I think it was throwing everybody off. Because sometimes you get those nicer looking ones that are old that throws everybody off. Then you get those really horrible, crappy ones that are like from 58 or whatever, and people always guess like 40s. I should have wrote down what I was thinking for an emoji, but now I can't remember. Oh well. I'll either think of it again or come up with it again or just not remember it. So I think I can get 4 or 5 more emojis. I'm sure if I went back and watched the stream, I'd be able to find it, but Not a ton of 64 Denvers. I'll pick a few. I have some ugly looking ones in here. Like, how do you like that one? Or that one? I think that one's the ugliest one. Yeah, I found one that was totally black earlier. Don't lick it. Man, you ruined my night. I was going to lick it. It was just so tempting to like... Spicy. I like spicy nickels. I guess that's one way you can spice up your life, is lick a nickel. Maybe an emoji could be lick it. Lick a nickel. Lickle nickel. Nickel licker. Lickle. Lick. I got 7 of those left. So I might have to order a new batch soon. I did sell one today at work to the MRI guy. No. I have not. Oh, thank you. Like I said, I would like to make my own recipe, but a small, like very small boutique that would make it, you'd have to usually do about 500 bottles. I would make 500 bottles and then I'd make 500 more. I'm crazy. So for now, I just do the white label, where they have a white hot sauce, and then they put your label on it. So I've had it before, and then I found out it was a white label you could do, and I was like, oh. So if I start selling tons of them, like I said, I can soon to be ordering another batch if it keeps selling decent. Because this last batch I bought was 48 bottles. No, 24 bottles. So I probably do 48 next one. I know I saw at least one person. It's at 1939. And if I remember right, there was no mint mark. Nope. Because 39, D or S are key dates. Let's get that on the board. I know 74 was one. Joseph Deeds and JC. Thank you. Like I said, I knew I saw one, but that was it right as about to turn it. And again, for those that used the Amazon link, thank you guys. The only problem is I don't think they pay out until like 2 months after. So maize I don't think I will get until July. It's like all the memberships in Google chat or super chats and stuff. After the month ends, it takes Google 21 days, and then they finally pay out. When I bought my TV, I was looking at a few of them, 10 rolls left. And then I came across this one, and it was an Android TV. So instead of a Roku, it was Android. And I was like, really? And considering my phone's a Google Pixel, which is pure Android, because Google owns Pixel, or Google owns Android, I mean. It's been pretty nice having a I guess it's kind of like people with Apple TV or whatever, it connects easier than, but before I was getting it, I was like, I had no idea there was Android TV. What's my line? That was always a good one. I almost went right past that one. It's the first of those. At least you got a pretty good assortment. 30s, 40s, 50s, 9s, 24s, or just need a buffalo and a V-nickel, a foreign. I grew up watching those British comedies. They were great. This is Bucket. It's Bouquet. 1958. Where is it? There it is. 57. Keeping up appearances, yes. KJ times 2. KJ, do you want 2 names or times 2? Two names, okay. That's what the default is unless someone says they want times 2. Another one that is good is IT Crowd. It's of course more modern, but well, what do you know? We have another one of those. Not quite to half a roll, but you still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 8 rolls. Red green is also a good one. Will do, Lyle, if you're in here. And don't forget, Brian and Billy, send me an email and I'll send you a code. And once in a while, a code just doesn't work for someone. I don't know why, but if it happens, just let me know and I'll send you a different one. Looks like it was dug up out of the ground. That's not much better either. for that one. That's not too bad. At least we have another one to guess. And then we'll have one after that. Went and bought one of those scales that's like a 50-pound scale. Because a lot of my stuff I've been sending out has been more than a pound. So I have to weigh it like part and then weigh part and then add them together. So I finally just was like, nah. That's the new one. The one I just pulled off. 1940. Again. I think that's 3 of them tonight. Anybody get it? We have 41 with Dennis. I think just Dennis from what I can see, which Garrett says also. Five and a half rolls. I guess 2 chins are better than 5 and a half rolls. I'm so funny. Looking. Sounding. Now this one has the mint mark right there. Unfortunately. Because it's a 42. Almost a war nickel. '40s and '50s are now tied, but 24s have to pull in '09 to be the same amount. So there you go. Anybody get it? Let's see, where were we? Got 41, 41, 41, 41. I think all 49 or 41s. Brian, Dennis, New Marshall, and Hike. See you, Jim. Thanks for coming. There you go, Brian. That's just another horrible looking one. So last week when I did the duel by accident, didn't really do anything for viewers or anything. I got a few subscribers, but it wasn't like tons of viewers and stuff. It was about the same as normal. Maybe because I don't have it set up to do duel, but like with Streamlabs, I had started off doing duel, but it was one of those that it kind of doesn't work correctly. $54, $54, $54. Get that on the board and see who got it, and get a GA going. There you go. Exclamation GAW. Joseph and Cat. I didn't want to get up this morning. Three more rolls. Exclamation GAW. So if you're lurking and not sure, just kind of hanging out, not sure what we're doing, hit exclamation GAW, no spaces, and you get entered for a chance for a 1 ounce copper round. If you win, you email me. I send you a code to my website where you can go through all the copper I have that's eligible, which is just the basic 1 ounce rounds. Put it in your cart, enter the code, check out, choose Gosh Shipping, and it is free. Yep, we try to help people learn that are new or just wondering. Got the buffalo round, it's sweet, awesome. I've got a few different buffalo ones. I've got to get a couple of them on the side, but they have like different backs and things like that. Let's see how much time we have left. 56 seconds. There's 30 people entered. The triangle ones are part of the colored ones, but what I can probably do is send you a coupon for like $3.25 off. Eight seconds. Code is not working. Okay. Try that one. All right, 30 people. I'm going to pick a winner. I'll try not to double pick, but if I do, that's my fault. Garrett. Congratulations, Garrett. And like I said, once in a while the code just doesn't want to work. So like I said, just email me and say it's not working and I'll send you a new one. Does the raccoon illuminate under UV light? I honestly have no idea. I don't have a UV light with me, but it is a limited mintage of 5,000, but they didn't number them. Yeah, it's one of those that's kind of like, oh, that's interesting. The steampunk. Yeah, I think I have one left of those. That was one that it was a little more costly for me to get, but I was able to pick it up in a lot. I do not have a turtle round right now. I'm always on the lookout for some of those, like the turtle, the phoenix, some of those ones that I don't find a lot for a decent price. I mean, I can get them, but it would cost me close to 30 with shipping, which means I'd have to turn around and raise that price for you guys, and I doubt you guys want to pay for something like that. I think the cheapest I've found them is 20, but then you have to pay tax and shipping also. So like I said, by the time I get them, it's close to 30. So unless I can find them for cheap, I don't pick them up. I would love to. Like if I could find, and it's one of those that I don't want to be a, like a, you know, if you get them in a discount, you have to buy like 100 5-ounce rounds, and it's like, possibly, but what I'll do is take it out for a little bit, because I will hold items for a short time, so if it's a week or two, that's fine. So like I said, what I'll do is just put it as basically inactive. Especially for people who have either bought them before or are members, that sort of thing. Some random person, no. And that's what I'm doing right now. So what I did was I put it as unlisted, and the only way to get it is the direct link that I can make and send to you. So I will get that sent to you. Give my God to Jolly, please. Okay. So now, Jolly, you need to send me an email. 63 Philly for the triple die. Not seeing it. Not a whole ton of 64s. Well, let's see if we can find anything. And I am always trying to find new stuff and get, new things as I get them. I always list them as I do. So sometimes I get like pictures of them or whatever, so I'll do a pre-list or pre-order, I should say. But yeah, I'm always trying to get new. You're welcome, New Marshall. So there's this one that was the. Cause see, you can see the very edge of the rim is still like nickel. So, like I said, I'll throw it in along with. No, that's a Born nickel. Never mind. All right. So we're at the end of the regular part of the stream. So let's do this one. I'm going to go through all these and get the oldest of the thing. In fact, while I'm thinking about it, the oldest of the box. Let's sort by year. And that was a 1939. So we had Jimmy. Oh, wow, we got a whole bunch of people. Jimmy, Brian, Billy, Vanessa, Dennis, Silverman, Michael, Wolf, JC, and New Marshall all had 1939. Just a handful of you people. So we had 30s, 40s, 1. I don't know why it -1, but there you go. 50s. 09. And 24s. And I should. And then I'll put a. Extra. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yep. That one's easy because it's 1. '50s, we have a 54, a 58, 52, 57, 57, a 54, a 54, and a 57. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 40s, 42, non-war, 40, 40, 47, 40, 47, and 40. So we only had 4 40s. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12! A 39. A war nickel that jumped out of my hand. Again. And then just that weird one extra. So what's that? 1, 2, 9, 17, 18, 31. Oh, New Marshall, what did you want for your pack? Did you want 5 rounds, a nickel or penny? Freezing that while we're finishing this up. So if you haven't gotten in, exclamation GAW. Hey, muscle shell. A nickel pack. Okay. That means I have to move my scale that I bought. So for Buffalo nickels, how about a blurry one? There we go. A 1930, and I believe that's an S. Let's double check it. Yep, a 30S. And how about a 35? That also looks like an S. Yep. For a V-nickel, how about a decent looking 1907? A little bit of Liberty left. Nice back. Full rim. for the AU or nickel. Aww. I think all I have left are all the same 43p's, I think. Keep it nice. They say almost uncirculated, but they look like, I was going to say uncirculated, but I need to see if I can get some more because I only have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And an average war nickel. Oh. So you had a 43, so how about a 44 out of Denver? So there you are. You have your fines and your nickel pack. Like I said, I should have waited to send your package, but oh well, that's on me. Hey, Joey Brown. I'll give you a few seconds to get in if you haven't. Exclamation GAW. I opened it back up while we were doing New Marshall's finds. There you go. Closed entries. And pick a winner. Mike S. We've got 99 entries. You're welcome, Mike. Let's shuffle them up and then, excuse me, spin. Brian. You won the 25 likes, but the wheel is a separate one, so I'll send you another code. Mike was pretty lucky tonight. Remove all. That was 2 for that. You're welcome. And then we had an extra one, which was Billy, because I clicked it twice. Corey Toolband, you get some points. If you're in here, you're welcome to gamble and play games and all that. So, Brian, there you go. That one didn't work either. Okay. I'll have to check and see why that code wasn't working. There you go, Jolly. Let me know if that has any problems. You're welcome. And like I said, right now I've got yeah, I just resent another code for that one. So I do have this new one. It's for every 30 in copper. You can mix and match. So you can get 5-ounce rounds, 1-ounce rounds, 3-ounce rounds, whatever. You get one regular copper round for free. And to show you, we'll just say we'll come down to, I do have those coming in. I guess technically they're a pre-order, but let's say you want that one, you add it, and then we'll just say let's add a few of these. And then say we'll add another one. There you go. So it lets it, so it's, if it's like $29.75, it should usually let you do it, but in case if you can't, it will automatically add one and put it for free. And then let's say you changed it to, you bought 3 of these. It now changes it to 2. So it automatically deducts it. And then say you wanted 6 of them. You now get 4 of them for free. Because you got 120. So but on the newer stuff I've got is We've got those coming in again. Lots of those. There's that. Let It Snow. I've got 12 more coming in. This is the new 5-ouncer I'm getting. It's the baby dragon hatching. Oops. This AI one is number 4167 out of 5,000. Got some Winter's Embrace coming. Got a couple of the owls, or the raccoons. This one's the new one that I got in. The Blood Moon. I didn't realize I didn't have that one on, so I added that one because I do have one of those. I've got 8 of these. The Libertads. I've got 5 of these coming in. The Dracula, Pennywise, and Joker. I got some of these coming in. The Dragon, Flying Dragon. And then these are, I don't know why the 3-ounce rounds are down there because I try to put them up there, but for some reason they keep moving. But I do have the 500 gram, the 100 gram, Schloss Goldingosa. Some of these, 2 of those, 1 of those, lots of those. There you go. So Brian, both of yours have come through. Gonna have to get more. Yeah. If you want to hold your package and then just combine them all together if you decide you want some more. Like I said, your other ones I sent out today. These are up closer. They have kind of a, they call it kind of a high relief. And it's got a little bit of a raise, but I don't think it's considered high relief. But you can see it's not just flat. This is the reverse proof, I think they call it. Woo woo. I think I'm going to probably keep this one for myself. I normally don't, but this one's just, I like. I do have 4 more of them. I guess it's upside down. And then these ones. This is a 5,000 limited edition. They're not numbered, but because it's got the American flag, it's the limited edition. But they are the Geigers. Geigers are pricey. Guisferberg. I was going to say it's the Schloss Goldingosa, which are also the same as these ones. These, I think, come in 19 in a tube instead of 20, if I remember right. I do have a couple of those that are not in like great condition. So if you did want one, because it's, you know, it's been handled and stuff, I got it this way, I would knock a couple bucks off of the regular price because they're not mint. I still don't try to handle them, but you can see that it's, I got, I think, 2. Yeah, they're still awesome, but like I said, because they're not, you know, mint straight out of the tube, they've been handled, whereas these ones are brand new, still sealed. If you read German, you can read that. Or you can read underneath it in English if you want. Warning, the surface shelter for the coins ends if the seal will be opened. So if you decide you want a whole tube, I'd probably make a deal on it too. Yeah. Like I said, I got a bunch of the Easter ones. These are individually numbered. I don't know why it will not focus tonight. There you go. This one's 10,019 out of 25. And then I also have, like I said, and like I said, if you guys ever want, you know, like a bulk thing, I'd be willing to work a discount type thing, you know, if you wanted an entire tube or something. Yeah. And I try to get a big selection of different ones. Figured better put it in a... Yeah, you got me to the new scale. It goes up to 50 pounds, and the funny thing is you can weigh it like this, or for some reason, if you want, you can open up the lid and weigh it. I'm not sure what really the point of having the lid opened up, but... You could use the code, but it wouldn't let you finish. That is weird. Huh. Which one were you looking at doing? Because I think one of the things I need to do is just go in and change it for, instead of just like a single copper round, I was thinking of just making it 325 off of any of the things. Okay, I'll just do that one manually, and so I'll just take care of that one manually, and don't worry about it. Oh, that's where I stuck it. I was looking for this piece the other day because I wrapped all the 5-ounce rounds in it. The way I wrap them, the ones that have received them, I already know that. But I wrap them up, and then I tape it, and then I tape the ends down, so it's protected. Even though it's in a case, I still like to protect them. And I was looking for one, so I was like, So there it is. Crazy. Yeah. I'll just do that one, like I said, manually. And in fact, while I'm in here, I'll have to. Oh, cannabis. Okay. I'm like, I'm not finding it, but it's under cannabis, not marijuana. And I spelled that wrong. It's IS, not AS. Okay, Billy, I've taken that one of those out of my inventory, so like I said, don't worry about using the code. I'll go through and get rid of those ones. And but yeah, I'm thinking instead of just regular copper rounds, it's one of those that I would just give you a coupon for $3.25 off anything in the store. Well, not anything, but you know, if you decided you want to use it towards a 5-ounce or a merch or whatever. I don't know if you guys would be interested in that, but that's what I'm thinking. Might be a little easier in case of if someone doesn't want a regular copper round and wants a colored one, and it's fine paying the difference. Or if you're looking at wanting one of those, you could take $3.25 off. Or you could bank a bunch of them and then get one for free. I was thinking opening quarters, but I've still got these dimes that I need to finish. But yeah, if you guys want to see something up close or something like that, just throw it in, and if you tag me, I'm more able to see it, but I try to at least watch for them. Any of them on my website, like I said, if you want to see them up close or more in depth or anything like that. Because now it's kind of I call it the after party. When I worked as a bouncer, it would be one of those where you'd kind of figure out who had the after party and where, and everybody just kind of shows up there. I had a friend when I was in Wyoming. I was in, I don't know, my mid-20s or something. I got tickets to the Chingy Ludicrous concert, and one of my friends won a hotel stay, even though she lived in town. She's like, cool. And it like had the hot tub in the room and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Sounds good, Billy. We had the after party at her hotel room. And there were some random... Awesome. I'll probably get those sent out, I'm guessing, in the morning, but... Yeah, there was a couple random dudes that showed up, and they were, you know, a lot of them had been drinking. I hadn't been drinking, but they were just being weird, and so she had me stick around until everybody left, and I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. Because I wasn't a bouncer at that time, but I helped bounce. Don't know if that makes sense, but I was kind of a step in and help out when they needed. Didn't get paid, I just hang out. But she knew that and basically was like, will you stay around? I'm like, absolutely. And they weren't wanting to leave, and it's like, no, come on, dudes, guys, you gotta leave. So they finally reluctantly left, and I stuck around for a little bit just to make sure that they were gone, not like hanging out in the room or hall or anything. I didn't know her from the club, I knew her from work. Because that's when I was going to school and I worked as delivery driver for Pizza Hut in the summer, and then I waited tables inside during the winter. And she was a waitress. And I'd help out in the back and cook when they got slammed, and it was one of those I could make and cut and all that kind of stuff faster than half the guys. That was back when we got minimum wage, but it was delivery drivers got to keep their tips and didn't have to claim them, which, yes, it's a no-no, but what the heck was that? Oh, it's my sister. So I was actually making minimum plus tips, but when I was a waiter, I would only get the whatever the, it was like $2.35 or something. That's ridiculous, but I also got the tables that had alcohol because we served beer, and both tap and bottles. And of course you had to be 21. So the other ones couldn't because they were only like 19, 20. So I ended up having to serve all those tables, or take it to the table so they would split tips with me. Not like even, but, you know, give me like 10% of their tips type thing. Because I knew how to sell. I was very good at that. When I was 12, I won a trip to Disneyland for being ranked 5th in the state for selling subscriptions to the state newspaper. And the only reason I didn't get more is because I could only go out when they would go and take us on trips out of town, whereas the other ones that were old enough could drive and do it on their own. So I was only 12 and I still was ranked 5th in the entire state. Kind of crazy. It was one of those, I went to Disneyland. We went to Universal Studios and SeaWorld, you know, a bunch of those. I thought Universal was great. I honestly didn't really like Disneyland. I thought it was kind of stupid. I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, Disneyland, Disneyland," or whatever, and it's like, I could not care less if I ever went again. Maybe it's because I was 12 and didn't really excite me, but I liked Universal Studios. You got to see Knight Rider and Jaws and all that kind of stuff. We'll see how many times I go through tonight. It's not that I'm tired, it's just more of kind of my eyes get tired. It's days like today that I come home and I like to live stream because it kind of relaxes. Which is kind of weird because I shouldn't say it's easy, but, you know, I just kind of get in the flow of everything I'm always doing and kind of relaxes me. And I end up I guess wind down after a day like today. The day like today is one of the worst type of days at work because it's the first, so then you get all the bills that come in on the first for the previous month type thing. And of course Monday on a first is even worse. And I didn't even get all the stuff I needed to get done today. Because when the first is on a Monday, it is absolutely crazy. So I've still got like 30 invoices I still need to enter and do. I still got to do the list for people they need to send to collections. What I do is I have to make the list up and give it to a person. They go through and find out which ones are like on payment plans type thing. and take those ones off, or ones that shouldn't be on there, like a Medicaid, because you can't send a Medicaid person to collections. So I make that list up. I have to run a program and do all that kind of stuff, and then it gives me the info, and then I put that onto a list and give it to a person. Then they give it back, and I take the ones that don't need to be on there off, and then when I get the list back, I then have to go, and it's usually by the end of the week. It's supposed to be the end of the week. Sometimes I don't get it until the next week, but it's like whatever. So then I have to take the ones off the list, make sure that information isn't on there, make sure the stuff matches up, take out the people that have been making payments to the collection company, and it's one of those that a lot of people just ignore their bills. And the problem is we have programs like charity care, sliding fee, whatever you want to call it, so that if you aren't making, a lot of money and it's hard, we have programs where we can write it off. And instead of sending it to bad debt, it's more advantageous for us to write it off as, like, say, charity care. So they've been pushing that and finally getting people to apply for it. So whenever someone doesn't have insurance, we tell them, if you'd like financial assistance, we just need a form filled out, and then they can see what they can deduct, anywhere from 10% all the way up to 100%, depending on the situation, for emergency care. Luckily, I don't have to do the collections part. We actually have a company that does that. But even if they wanted me to, I would basically tell them absolutely not. I used to have to do collections in one of my jobs when I did loans, and we were part of those that we were required to do a bunch of the collections before we actually sent it off, and I hate collections. Because too many people just ignore their bills, ignore the calls. And you try to do everything, and it's one of those that if they would just talk to us, we could work something out. Like on one, it was one of those that if they would have talked to us, we could have redone the loan and, rewrote it, give them a month break, because when you do a new loan, first, it's not required for a payment for the first, 45 days or whatever. So they could rewrite it, refinance it, extend their time, even if they kept everything the same. But it's one of those that ignores and would send it to collections, and then they'd get mad at us, and it's like, We have every call that we've made, every letter we've sent. We have to follow this stuff and have proof that we've tried. And then once we send it to the collections, it's one of those that those companies, they will take, it's not like we would sell it to them, they would do the collections for us, and then we would give them a percentage of what they collected. It's kind of like what the hospital does too. It's they collect it, they get to keep, I think, 20% of everything they collect. And they also have companies they work with that go through like some of the billing and try to fix some of the denials, like on insurance or billing problems. That insurance is like, nope, that doesn't work. They'll go in and fix it so that they can actually send us the money. Because insurances, I'm sorry, they just do not want to pay anything. Luckily, I don't have to deal with that part. But on stuff that they were able to collect on, like to get the insurance to actually pay it, instead of keep sending denials, they get, same thing, like 20% of what we actually were able to get. You guys are probably like, I don't care. Shut up. No. I'm just kidding. Take a bigger hit. I used to. That last box I found, what was it, 1 silver? Or else 2. I know I found a 2026, which I've still got sitting right here. It's the first 2026 out of anything but nickels. I've still never found any quarters or anything. Although maybe some of the boxes I picked up will have it. Yeah, I used to in high school. like I said, I was in ROTC, Army ROTC in high school. So I would wear my uniform, not like every day, but like usually it was on Thursdays on drill down and stuff. And so then I would stop at the gas station across the street across the highway from the National Guard. And they would just see me in uniform and assume I was from them, even though I was only 16, 17. And I would go in and buy all the stuff my friends wanted. That's back when you could buy a carton of Marbread Hards for 15, 18 bucks. I'd buy like a box of Swisher Sweets, cans of Skull and things like that, and then sell it to my friends. I also would get friends that sold leafy substances. I'd get a couple from them, a couple joints, and then I would take 2 cigarettes out of the Marbread hard pack and put 2 of those in and then sell them the pack for $10. But yeah, I've grown up. I was always doing something to make money. Just like when kids would party, would have a party or whatever. I was kind of like the logistical mind. And they would say, oh, we're going to do this. I'm like, no, you need to do it this way. And they're like, well, we're just going to do this. I'm like, you're going to get caught. If you do it this way, you're less likely. And we never got caught. My brother, he was one of those that was more of, they would just do it, and then they would end up getting caught. But they would tell me what they wanted and how much and stuff like that, and would figure out the logistics of it, have the party. It's like, I can't believe I got away with all that kind of stuff just because I wore a uniform half the time. But that was back before there was cell phones and camcorders and things like that. So there was no record of anything that happened. But we would also do the stuff like the stuff that the Jackass movies would do. We were doing that before they ever did that. It was like, dude, if we had video cameras back then, we could have been doing this. We still did it, just no one ever knew anything. It was crazy. Now you can't sneeze without it being on the internet. Yeah. It's kind of amazing what you can get away with if you plan things right. Now, if if it was nowadays, it's one of those, it's like, it would just take too much not to get caught, which then ruins the point of just having fun. That was also back when you could have guns in your car at school. You'd have pocket knives, like big buck knives, things like that. It wasn't a problem. You had a problem with someone, you would fist fight, not pull out a gun and shoot. Simpler times. Yep. Rifles in the trucks. I'd have, pistols and rifles and stuff, in my trunk, because I had a car. But, I mean, you could have probably taken half the kids in school, half the boys at least, emptied their pockets, and probably at least half of them would have had a 4 or 5 inch foldable buck knife. Because, of course, everybody hunted and everything, so they always carried a knife. Or they were rangers, so they always carried a knife. Like here, people probably, being rural and rancher and that sort of thing, I'm sure a lot of them still have guns in their trucks and stuff. But, of course, it's not broadcast, I guess you could say. One, 2, 9, 17. Cool. Just figured I'd work on some dimes. I don't know if I'll do them all. It's one of those. I've been going through them. I found a few, 09s and things, but sometimes it's like, maybe I'll just rip them and get them over with. I do have one more box of dimes, and I've got 4 boxes of quarters. Thought about opening some quarters, but it's like, no, I don't want multiple open boxes. It's like, I'll suffer through this. Not suffer, but fun. Yeah. As I say, I don't know if it's one of those that could be used for kind of a training, like if there's new guys, you know, showing them how to fill the truck and things like that. It's like here we don't really get many like house fires. More of what we get are brush fires. But they have brush fire trucks that are specifically for brush fires. Whereas the regular fire department is more of get called to accidents. Used to be just all volunteer, but as the hospital got a little bigger and everything, they were finally able to get the city to get full-time EMS. Because before it was always volunteer, so there was no full-time ambulance. It was volunteer. So you'd have people that were like on call type thing, but they didn't actually work as EMT. It was like they'd get called, you know, they might be at work and get called. But they finally were able to get a full-time EMT crew. And what it was is they're hospital employees, and we pay the city money to subsidize it. So the city pays part and we pay part, but they're our employees. But they are on, like, at the fire station, you know, 24/7. Yeah, I'm sure it's not cheap. I mean, I see the fuel bills for all the ambulances because they have a fleet card thing with the state that they go out to the Department of Transportation and fill up out there, like where they do the snow plows and all that kind of stuff. And then we just get the bill and send it to the state. So, well, we get the bill, and I shouldn't say we send the bill to the state. We get the bill, we pay it, and it goes to the state. So I'd say our monthly fuel bill for the ambulances, because they also do the transfers, so like when we have a transfer to St. George, it's volunteers, but it's EMTs. So some of them will be like on a day off or something, so they'll say like, yeah, I can go. So what it is they get paid it's been risen, but the last time I knew before they rose it was to go over to St. George and back is about, well, it's 3 hours worth of driving, plus you got to go there and drop off the patient and, you know, clean the cotton rigs and all that kind of stuff. So you'd be looking at, we'll just say 4 hours. And at the time, they basically got paid, when you broke it down, about $30 an hour to do a transfer. 2009. Because they would get paid, I think it was 120. It's been risen, I think, to 135 or something, but they would get paid about 120 to do that run. And then, so between the transfers and the ambulance calls and things like that, we probably spend about $3,500 a month in diesel. And that's just for ambulances. That's not the fire engines, because they're city. People don't realize how much it costs to run those things. They're working on getting new bumper push guards, whatever you want to call them, for hitting deer. Yeah, we have our full-time ambulance crew that gets called to like any EMS, emergency stuff. You know, car accidents, difficulty breathing, whatever. You know, someone fell and broke their leg, whatever. And then they also, like I said, do the transfers. So when we have to send them over to St. George, because they need higher level of care than what we can give, because we're just a critical access. Hey, Isaiah. But being here, they now have the full-time crew in town. They have a crew in Big Water, which is 45 miles away, which is down by Page. And so when they get a call, they take the patient to the Page Hospital in Arizona instead of us, because you have to take them to the nearest hospital. So they have a crew in Big Water, crew in Kanab. They had one up in Orderville. It's about 30 miles away. But I think they've been trying to get that staffed because they've been using a temporary service for up there. And then there's another crew a little further away from there. But they're not like full-time, they're just like volunteer, because that area is so small. But Big Water is full-time. We help subsidize them. So Big Water, we pay them a flat fee plus a transfer. You don't want to say bonus, but it's, if they do a transfer, they get extra money. So they get a flat $15,000 to subsidize them out there, plus $500 per eligible transfer. And we have an MOU with another place. It's Cedar Mountain. And we give them just a flat 10,000 because they'll take calls like when we can't do anybody in town for transfers and Big Water can't come out. Then we call them, and so they do the transfers and we're not able to. I think we pay can't remember exactly, but it seems like it's about $250,000 a quarter. So what would that be, about 80? It seems like it was about 100,000 a month, but I don't know. They bill us quarterly, and I think it's about $1 million a year that we pay the city for their subsidizing, because they do the crew. But like I said, they're our employees, so they work at the city fire station, but they're actually us, because the city doesn't do the ambulance service. They do the fire, but not the ambulance, and that's all hospital. But even though we're critical access, we now have places we work with. They'll bring a surgeon or whatever will come like every other week type thing. Like one of them will come the first and like the first Monday, Tuesday, and the third Monday, Tuesday, and the other one will come the second Monday, Tuesday, and the fourth Monday, Tuesday type thing. So they kind of alternate, so people can get stuff done here instead of having to go to St. George. Now we offer chemotherapy treatment stuff where they can come here and get their chemo in the IVs instead of having to travel an hour and a half to St. George. They're working on the dialysis so people don't have to travel an hour and a half 3 times a week. Well, an hour and a half one way. But they've started chemo to where they can do the chemo treatments here and still keep their doctor in St. George. And it's kind of a telehealth type thing. And we can do all their labs they need and things like that. And they still have to go down and do follow-ups and things, but instead of driving over all the time for their chemo treatments, they can come here and get them done. And they're working on dialysis, they're working on the cardiology. Right now they have general surgeons that come, podiatrists that come, orthopedic surgery doctors that come, and they'll do surgeries here in our OR, because usually our OR was only used for C-sections, but they were able to get them to come if they bought, equipment that they needed. And so we bought, some of those equipments are not cheap. but they can come and they can do the surgeries. And of course, we pay the doctor for the travel, and we put them up in either our house, because we have a house that they can stay in, because there's an extra bedroom. The house is used for a senior program, to where seniors that have like lost a partner or something, and instead of just staying home or whatever, they can get kind of some of the mental health care of things that afflict seniors, where they get shut in and things like that. So they used to have the house, and it was 3 bedrooms down there, but they turned it into that program. But they kept the house for when we have ER docs that come, or the surgeons that come. They can stay at the house, which is literally on campus. And so we put them up there, and then they pay for what is it, SVUs or something? It's RVUs. They're called RVUs, and they basically say, okay, you're going to pay me, because they use a company or whatever, but they'll say, okay, we're going to base the RVUs at 40. I can't remember what RVU stands for, but it's revenue something unit. So basically they're going, okay, we're going to think that we're going to do approximately this amount. So you're going to pay us 40 RVUs a month. And then if they do more, they get more for each RVU over their unit. Kind of hard to explain, but basically we'll give you a flat fee even if no one sees you, which obviously that wouldn't happen, but if you get busier, you get more money, which then incentivizes them to see more patients, which they can do the surgeries for here, which means we get a bill for the surgery and everything and make money off of that, even though we're paying a ton of money for doctors and stuff. But they are building that new surgery center. It's a day outpatient surgery center. And also it'll be physical therapy will move there. Some of the business department will move there. And it'll have the day surgery, and it'll have that sort of stuff. So they're building a big building. They remodeled the hospital and basically doubled the size, put new ER and more ER and stuff in. Because we used to have like 1 ER with like 4 beds. And now we have an ER with 2 trauma rooms, 3 regular rooms, a triage room. Cool. So they expanded that, and that was like a 1.5-year project, and it cost like $25 million. Some of it was grant stuff that we got, some of it was loan. And this one is about the same thing. It's you have the ground story and then 2 more levels, so it's basically 3 floors. And they'll have a couple operating rooms so that they can, they also do all the scopes and stuff, endoscopies and colonoscopies. But this new building, they'll be able to do more because they won't have to wait and clean the OR and sanitize it and then get the next one in. They'll basically be able to use one OR, and while it's being cleaned, use the other OR, and then while it's being cleaned, use the other OR, back and forth type thing. So it'll cut down the time it's spent basically waiting. Which will be nice. Because then if you're not waiting around to do more, you can have more patients and bill more money. And but it costs a lot to run a hospital. Because I write all the checks, I usually write an average of about $2.5 million in checks a month. Because you have this stuff, like some of the lab stuff we can't do because we're just not big enough lab to do it. And so those, the bill for that is usually around $25,000. Yeah, CAG thinks. You have all the insurances, the health insurance. That's with the clinic that we just took over, close to about $350,000 a month for health insurance. For 457B, the amount that we match 5%, plus we give them an amount, even if they don't put anything in, we still give them a little bit, even if they put $0. Then you have ones like me who get the 5% match, and then I have an extra 12% going in. We also have our HSA, the medical high deductible plan. You get the health savings account. And so we basically pay almost what the cost of the insurance that, like, I pay. I basically get that amount put onto my HSA plan. So even though I might pay, you know, I don't even know the amounts right now, but $230 for a family plan every 2 weeks. It comes out of my check, but then they put almost basically that same amount into my HSA. So, you know, we have a $6,000 deductible per person and a $10,000 per year family cap. But they're putting in about, I think, $3,500 a year, seems like. So it's not quite enough to cover the entire plan, but it's basically enough to almost pay for your deductible if you have that happen. And then, of course, I put more in. I max my HSA out. So I put like an extra $135 a paycheck or something in. The nice thing is I can put you have to keep $2,000 in cash investments. Well, cash account. Anything over $2,000 you can put into investments, mutual funds and stuff. So I keep the $2,000 in my cash account because it automatically keeps it at $2,000. If you use it, next time you do it, it'll put it back up to $2,000 or whatever. So I put in extra and max it out and have all the extra in investments. So my cash, my regular part of the account is only $2,000. But then I have all my investment stuff, which if I had to use it, all they'd do is just sell enough of the investments to, put it back to $2,000. But I'm making about, I don't know what it is now, but it was about 16% return on my investment part. I do my own investing. I set up my own funds and say, okay, this is what I want here, and this is how much I want here, and this percentage of this fund, and etc. Whereas some people just say, oh, I want to do the 55-year plan fund thing. So if you're 55 is like the year that you plan on retiring or whatever. But I'm doing about a 16% return. And then my 457, I'm not maxing it out because I can't do that. But like I said, I'm putting the 5% match plus 12%. Because what I do is I increase the amount I put in by 1% every year. And the reason I do that is I have it automatically do it. Because you don't notice a 1%. I mean, plus you're getting, a 2.5 to 3.5% usually raise per year. And then I'm just increasing it by 1% every year. So I've been there 10.5 years and I've increased it to 12%. And I do my own fund. The guy, set up the thing so he picks the different investments that you can have, but I do it so that I can choose which of those investments I want instead of him do it. So my return, the one year I think it was 23%. This year, the last time I checked, I think it was 17% return. And then I do an auto rebalance, so every year every 3 months it rebalances to the percentages that I say I want it at. And I'm pretty aggressive because I'm only 47 this month. My birthday is the 24th. So I will be 27, or 47, not 27. So I'll be 47, so I'll still have, quite a while before I retire. So I'm quite aggressive in my investing, which is why I'm getting the high returns, whereas the regular accounts might get like 8%. I'm basically getting double that. Alright, still got 7 people watching. Cool. it gets late, so I know that a lot of people drop out. That's why I do the end of stream stuff at the end of the nickel part. Because otherwise, like right now, it's almost 10 o'clock, which my kids will be calling here soon, so when they do call, I will put it on mute. But, you know, it's almost 10 o'clock here, which means it's almost midnight back east, and a lot of my people are in Central and Eastern time. See you, Jimmy. Thanks for coming. Oh, we gained another viewer. Cool. Welcome, whoever you are. Nope, we just lost 2 viewers. They're probably like, forget this. Let's see if anybody needs any points. Nope, everybody's got points. So this is what I call the after party. Most after parties are more wild, but my after parties are more calm. Since I end the regular part so that people can actually go to bed. Because like I said, a lot of my people are central and back east, so it's 11 to midnight, depending on where you're at. Well, almost 11 and almost midnight. Dimes are not my favorite, but I was like, I've already got an open box that I started the one night. So I'm just figuring, finish those, and maybe next time I'll do a quarters. The reason I was doing dimes is because I finally hit on some silver and stuff. I had gone, I think it was 16 boxes or something like that. Without anything, no foreign, no silver, no anything. Whereas I was averaging half of a silver per box and 1 foreign per box. That dropped off dramatically. But then I opened a box and had silver, and the next box had silver, and I had foreigns, and I had some 96s, or 09s, and I actually found a 2026 one night. So if you haven't seen one, this is what a 26 dime looks like. And at first I thought it was a foreign because I saw the back, and I'm like, no, that's not, you know. And then I was like, wait a minute, it says United States. And underneath it's liberty over tyranny. So then I was like, wait, that's a new one. I found that in the last box. It's the only 2026 I found besides nickels, which I've only found for subscribers. Because I only hunt nickels for subscribers now instead of myself. Right now I don't have any nickels to hunt. We used our last box tonight, and I don't get more until next week. But I do have a box of pennies available. And we're down to 4. And up to 5. And up to 6. And down to 5. And up to 7. Up to 8. Usually it keeps going down by the end of this time. Oh, down to 6. But 5 to 8 is still a pretty good number at this time. It's crazy how it fluctuates, but it's because people are passing through. They watch for a minute or two and then go on, whereas they're probably like thinking, this is a boring channel. Yeah, but you weren't here for the nickels. Let's see, look, right now it looks like Joey's about the only one in here.
Your daughter's calling. You better pick up the phone before it goes
All right, mute for a moment. I'm back. My kids call me every night before they go to bed. Since it's summer, they go to bed later, but they always call me every night, and I always mute it. And I've got one person, which is probably me. weird. It's always funny how the viewer numbers fluctuate constantly. But it's because people come in and out. So if you're watching, this is just the after stream. You missed all the nickels and stuff. So I'm just finishing up some dimes from the other night that I opened, and if you're here, that's what I'm doing. And if you're passing through, I do giveaways and things like that during my regular stream. Like tonight, we gave away 5 copper rounds. But right now, it's not so of a regular stream because everybody's gone to bed. Which I'll be doing as soon as I get done with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 more rolls. So far in this box, I have found 3 2009s. The other box I found a silver, I found a couple foreigns, I found a 2026, I found a couple 09s. This box has been a lot slower. But usually I do nickels or pennies. Well, usually I do nickels, but right now I don't have any more nickels, so I only have 1 box of pennies, which is amazing because I haven't been able to get pennies since September. But usually I do the nickels and sometimes pennies if I get them. And then after, I just kind of hunt some stuff for myself and till I'm done. So it is a little boring right now just because it's not the normal part of the hunt. But usually we have the nickels have been kind of off and on. Like last week, it wasn't that many finds. This week we had, what was it, 13, 14, 22, 29, 31 finds. I think the most we've ever found was 36. The lowest we ever found, I think, was 9. And on those type of nights, I always just give extra V-nickels and buffalo nickels for their, what I call a skunk. So if the box didn't have a good one, depending on what level of box they bought, I give, like one night I gave a V-nickel and 2 buffalo nickels because it was just a basic box. But if someone bought a higher level box, then I try to give more to make it, I guess you'd say, more worth their money. I know some channels will just be like, sorry, that's what you get. But not me. I try to make sure the people feel like they got their money's worth. So yeah, right now not that much. But I show off my copper rounds. I have those on my website. I got some Geigers in. I have some colorized ones I got in. I have some limited edition stuff. Like one of them I have is a number 19 out of 5,000. Most of the limited edition stuff I have are out of 5,000, but I do have some that are out of 10 and one that's out of 25. But those are just regular 1 ounce copper rounds, so, well, colorized. But hopefully, ones that are passing through watch me on my regular stream, Mondays and Thursdays at 5:30 Mountain, where I hunt nickel and usually nickels because I don't get pennies often. But I hunt those for subscribers, and we do giveaways and games, guessing games, things like that. And then you get this after stream, and that's what it is. Wish I could do it earlier, but I don't get home until 5, and my problem is it's late by the time you get back east. I actually have some in Canada, all the way from British Columbia to Nova Scotia that watch. Of course, British Columbia would be an hour behind us. Nova Scotia is 3 hours ahead of us. I do have some that watch from Hawaii. Philippines. And of course the US. Like I said, most of them are Central and Eastern time zone. But I like where I live, so it's always mountain time. If I could start earlier, I would. But I would have to leave work. I'm not a big YouTuber, like a big channel where I can quit work and just do this. I make enough to pay for postage to send my giveaways. And look for deals for people. My copper's pretty competitive on prices compared to most. A lot of places will sell them for $4 to $5 a round. For a regular 1 ounce copper round, I sell them for $3 1/4. I sell my 5 ounces from, most of them are $20 to $25. I have a few that are kind of a higher end that cost more and that sort of thing. But I have people buy off my website that live in Canada and the US. And even if someone's in Canada and they're paying for the shipping, because it is more expensive to go up there, they're still buying my stuff because it's cheaper than what they can find elsewhere. And I'm not in it to make a, $1 million, but mostly what I do is I find enough to pass on the savings so that I can cover my fees of processing fees. I mean, if I could sell them for $4 or $5, I would, but I don't think I'd have many people buying them. I probably have close to 700 1 ounce copper rounds. Probably 100 different, 100 5 ounce copper rounds. I have some 3 ounce coppers. I have limited edition stuff. On my website I do have currency also. I don't have many coins on there right now because I just traded a bunch of Barber half dollars. Traded those for some 1 ounce maple leafs and what you'd call junk silver. I did it more to get the maple leaves, but with what they wanted, it was like, you're gonna have to pay money if you want all of these. So I do trades and things like that. I should put that on my website that I'm willing to look at buying copper, like if you have 1 ounce copper rounds or 5 ounce copper rounds or whatever you want to get rid of. I'm not going to pay a ton because I don't sell them for a ton. I try to keep them cheap. But I think the biggest I've bought was something like 200 and something rounds off of someone. Bought one a couple months ago. It was 156 1 ounce rounds. So I'm always looking for opportunities to buy, so everyone is asleep. I've got half a roll and then I'll finish up. I was gonna say it's past 10 here, which means it's 11 Central and past midnight back east, which is usually around my 8 o'clock mark, I usually drop close to half of my viewers because they have to go to bed and wake up in the morning. So I might go from 40, 50 viewers down to 15 or 20. And then once I finish the nickel box, then I drop even more because some people will stick around for the end, but they've got to, like I said, go to work. So this box was okay with 09s. I had an 09P, an 09P, and an 09D. So 3 09s. Last box I had silver, foreigns, an 09, and if you've never seen a 2026 dime, why is this not focusing tonight? That is what a 2026 dime looks like. I found one last box. I thought it was a foreign because that threw me off because it didn't look like a normal dime. The eagle and the United States part, and then I noticed it said one dime, liberty over tyranny, United States. I was like, wait a minute. So I flipped it over and I was like, oh, that's a 2026. So I think I found 2 foreigns, a silver, 09, that sort of thing. But that's about it for the evening. I am done with that. I will stream next Thursday at 5:30 Mountain. I have 1 box of pennies available, so if you want that, go to my website. It's also listed in the channel description below. It has my link to go to get that. But with the penny hunt, I have a No Frills, which is $15, a guaranteed copper, nickel, or penny pack. The penny pack, you get an Indian head, or a 2-cent coin, an Indian head, wheats from 09, the 20s, the 30s, and then a BU from the 40s through 58, somewhere in there. And then the nickels, you get a V nickel, 2 dated Buffalo nickels, a war nickel, and an AU war nickel. And my copper pack, you get to choose 5 of my 1-ounce copper rounds. And then my $40 pack is any regular 5-ounce copper round. Along with the penny hunt. So, like I said, I do have 1 penny box available, and then I don't know what I'll do next week. Probably just hunt some nickels for myself because I don't have anything else. So if no one does anything Thursday and doesn't want the penny box, then I will just open quarters. Tonight was dimes. There you go. So for anybody who was sticking around, thank you. I do have all my new copper stuff in. My 500 gram Geiger, 100 limited edition Geiger. We got new stuff like the Libertad, the proof, reverse proof. And I don't know why it's not focusing. There we go. We got some raccoons in. Got some wolf with a blood red moon. And lots of other stuff. So there you go. Appreciate you guys. Have a good night. We will see you Thursday.